Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Exactly, but none of them believed me. Time itself is a silence.
Finger next time?
Exactly, but none of them believed me. Time itself is a silence.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Exactly, but none of them believed me. Time itself is a silence.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
Exactly, but none of them believed me. Time itself is a silence.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Can we play banker next time?
Exactly, but none of them believed me. Time itself is a silence. Exactly, but none of them believed me. Time itself is a silence.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth. And those that come across Liyue tend to stay a while.
Can we play
So it
banker
is where
next
many
time?
things come to settle.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember.
But none of them believed me.
But where are those who share the memory?
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أسعد الله أوقاتكم جميعا بكل خير. حياكم الله فيديو جديد من لعبة جنشن امباكت. الفيديو هذا يا أحبتي الله يسعدكم بناخذ مهمات شخصية الأربع نجوم إن شاء الله.
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see
نلعب
Liyue's
فيها
tourist spots,
ونطقطق فيها إن شاء الله.
I have a few references.
الصفحة الرئيسية حلو شغال. يا لينيت دكتور لينيت.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same.
إن شاء الله يكون محددين الخيارات اللي خلصناها. نفتح.
Huh. I didn't like that. Was I using it wrong? Maybe if
الحمد لله
I
تمت.
just...
هذه تمت. ايش السخان قديم. تمام. اوتو.
Clearly, there's some design flaws to iron out. I'll have to let Fremine know. Let's see, which card did I get? 4. Well, the cards fell on the ground though, so I don't think it counts as fate. If you want to get the right answer, you have to let fate decide. Also something Linny said. So, to put it another way, if picking a card up off the ground is how to not leave it to fate, then, or why don't you pick a card? Since I ran into you here, that means, our fates are, like, interfering with each other. Thank you. This one is final, I promise. Here, take the fateometer. If it's 5 or above, that means fate successfully changed. Anything lower than 5 is a fail. Also, if you have your own thoughts about what I should do, feel free to share it. Now that I've got a good problem solver here to help, I don't need to run every little thing by fate.
طب كيف نعرف اللي خلصناها واللي ما خلصناها؟
Huh? What you're saying is, since nobody's come looking, I can just keep hanging out with Bonnie for a bit longer? Is that really okay? Maybe. Besides, if someone does come looking for me or Bonnie and finds me just chilling out with a cat, I feel like I'd have a lot of explaining to do. So, we're looking for Bonnie's owner? I think I'll go to the Steambird and see about putting
الله
an ad
يدني
in the paper.
لما صار في زر سكيب هنا الحين في
You wanna come along?
هالمهمات البايخة ذي.
I think Bonnie wants you to come with.
صار في زر سكيب. عفوا لما صرت اشتغل على اساس انه يخلص البربرة جاء زر سكيب. لما انا ابغى زر السكيب عشان نخلص وانتهي من المهمة واطلع بدري لا ما في زر سكيب. الله يعوضنا خير الله يعوضنا خير اي والله. استغفر الله يا رب. شيء بالراس. انا ما يقول اخوان يبطل سب.
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
I could make a fortune from this.
Every stupendous day starts with a steambird. Oh, hi Lynette. Hi traveler. What can I help you with? I don't think so. Have you picked up a stray?
Yep. If there's no commission to follow up on, could we post a notice about the missing cat instead?
Why, of course. What a kind thing to do. Just fill out the form.
Well, we've registered you as missing. You can stay at my place until your owner finds you. Also, I just wanted to say
عوافي الله يحفظك ويرعاك ويحفظك ويحفظ
for
صاحبك.
keeping us
استمتع يا
company
صاحبي
for so
استمتع.
long. Well,
بالتوفيق
I
لكم.
should probably head back to the drinks reception. Hopefully most of the people have left by now. If you've got some time, you should stop by my place tomorrow to see Bonnie. There's a nice cup of tea in it for you. Alright. See you then.
خلصتها بس في أجزاء جزئيات من المهمة ما خلصتها. زي كذا تيجي لها الجزئيات بالشكل هذا. أوريك هنا شوف. شايف في أجزاء هنا ما خلصناها. يعني شوف المفروض إني أروح هنا بس أنا أبغى هذه بس ماني عارف كيف أروح لها. أوف فبحاول أخلصها. بس وصلى الله وبارك. أنا بس لو في أحد يقول لي يعني اختار هذه كذا مباشرة بتكون أسهل. بدل ما أقعد أجرب يعني خليهم يبربروا وأنا قاعد أسوي شغلة. أنسى لينيت.
I didn't like that.
طيب إيش نبغى نشوف
Was I using it wrong? Maybe if I just... Clearly, there's some design flaws to iron out. I'll have to let Fremine know.
إيه والله الله المستعان الله وكيله.
What for?
قاعد أحوس.
Well, the cards
إيه
fell on the ground
مرة
though, so I
وعندها
don't think it
نظام الحظ هذا
counts.
اللي اختار أي
If you
بطاقة
wanna hit the right
زبطت ما
answer, you
زبطت
have to
راحت
let
عليه.
fate decide.
عيد ثاني مرة لين
Also
تزبط.
something Lenny said. So to put it
يعني
another
هي
way, if
يعني
picking a card
الحسنة
up off
الوحيدة
the
يا
ground is
أمين
how
عندها بس
to
زر
not to
سكيب.
leave it to fate.
عندي شخصية 4 نجوم بس في زر سكيب.
Or thank you.
حرفيا.
This one is final, I promise. Here, take the
يعني
fate
حسنة بس إنه عندها زر سكيب
If it's
بس.
5 or above, that means fate
ولا كان ودي
successfully
مهمة عادية
changed.
زي شخصية 5 نجوم
Anything lower than
خلصنا
5
ونمشي.
is a fail.
ليش
Also,
اللف والحوسة دي كلها؟
if you have
الله
your own
يرحم شخصية
thoughts
5
about
نجوم.
what I should do,
في نفس
feel free
المهمة
to
الطويلة
share.
يا أمين أنت بتسوي
Now that
كل
I've
اللي
got a
الشخصية
good
تبغى
problem solver
كله
here to
بتسويه.
help, I don't need
صلى
to
الله
run
بارك. طب
every
نفس الشيء
little
مع
thing
ذو.
by fate.
يعني قدكم يعني قدهم يا أمين حطونا يعني قدهم حطونا اللهم صل محمد في مهمات طويلة. جت على ذي. جت على ذي. قدكم حطونا في مهمات طويلة وتشي بالراس. أولها أركون كويست سوميرو. عندك مهمة الأرنرة. عندك مهمة القلعة. جت على ذي. ناخذ على اليمين ها. نقول إن شاء الله خير. تمام. أوكي.
So, we're looking for Bonnie's owner? There's 20 cards in total, numbered 1 to 20. So there's only a 1 in 5 chance of drawing less than a 5. I should also mention,
تغلط على
this
البطاقات.
time the cutoff was 5,
قصدك كده؟
but to put it in perspective, I said I'd only do the show if I drew a 1. Fate can be pretty sneaky sometimes. I think I'll go to the Steambird and see about putting an ad in the paper.
قصدك كده؟ What is that? ما فهمت عليك يا أمين بس بحاول إن شاء الله أضبطها إن شاء الله. خلينا نشوف الآنسة لينيت. يا ذي إن بروجرس ما نبغاها ما أبغى ذي. أبغى أروح هنا أبغى أروح من هنا. استغفر الله العظيم. لينيت الله ياخذك الجنة يا شيخ. زفت. أنا أقول المحدثة إن خلصناها. أنا هو اللي خلصناها. عفوا أنا اللي ما خلصتها.
Was I using it wrong? Maybe if I just... Clearly, there's some design flaws to iron out. I'll have to let Freminate. Let's see. Which card did I get? 4. Well,
دقيقة يا أمين، دقيقة أنا كمان مشغول بشغلة هنا.
I don't think it counts as fate. If you want to get the right answer, you have to let fate decide. Also something Linny said. So, to put it another way, if picking a card up off the ground is how to not leave it to fate, then that means it must be the wrong answer.
اللهم صل وسلم.
Or why don't you pick a card?
صح.
Since I
شفتها
ran
الحين
into
يا
you
عباقرة.
here, that means
عيرتونا معك.
our fates are like interfering with each other.
عيرتونا معك. دقيقة يا أمين، خلينا نشوف تعليقك اللي علقته. خلونا نشوف الشيخ أمين إيش كتب. سعيد محاذا سكيب أسفل. أسفل ودي.
This one is final, I promise. Here, take the fateometer. If it's 5 or above, that means fate successfully changed.
أمين لو مشغول خلاص روح، الله يحفظك، روح العب مع صاحبك فورتنايت لو مشغول. عادي بهذه يعني بحخبص فيها بس بحلها إن شاء الله. بخبص فيها بحلها بس إني بحلها إن شاء الله. أنا بس مشغلة بربر أخلص المهمة وافتك من المهمة وأنا قاعد على جوالي قاعد أسوي كم شغلة على جوالي. لا تهتم. You should head back to drink. هذه توقع هذه.
Back to the drinks reception. Nope, I said it was your decision. Besides, the drinks reception is 10. I might get sued for breach of contract. One other thing. Do you want to come with me? If you're free, I mean. Thanks.
أخيرا عوافق. تسلم يا أمين، جزاك الله خير. بس خلينا نجرب نشوف ايش حكاية ذي.
There you are, Lynette. Where did you disappear to?
حتى ما في سكيب الحين. أيوة مكان جديد.
Where did you
أجل إحنا ماشيين مظبوط يا أمين.
I found her outside. Do either of you happen to recognize her? I don't think so. Could belong to one of the guests, I suppose. Fair enough. It was a long shot. So sorry we couldn't help you, Lynette.
Don't worry. We'll ask around for you. Leonie's probably just being forgetful.
Maybe you could leave her with us. We'll take her to the reception desk and see if they know anything. And if not, we'll just keep looking. Sure. I would help, but I'm a little preoccupied. Sorry to dump this on you.
It's no
نفس
trouble at all.
الشخصية.
We're
أنا
happy
فاهم
to
عليك
help
يا أمين إنه
however
نفس
we can.
الشخصية، بس إنه أنا بخلص المهمات.
If it's no trouble,
يعني في فروع نفس المهمة ما رحتها. أنا ودي أروح. أنا هذه أنا عرفت إنه أنا ماشي صح لما ما شفت زر سكيب. زر سكيب يعني هذا شيء نحن سويناه قبل. فهمت علي؟ فهذا اللي أحاول أسويه. وقاعد على الجوال يعني قاعد أسوي شغل على الجوال. فأنا أبغاهم يبربروا وافتك منهم. حرفيا بس.
We'll take the cat to the front desk now. See you later.
رحم الله والديك يا أمين ويعطيك العافية. إذا بتتأخر على صاحبك، إذا راح تتأخر على صاحبك خلاص روح، الله يحفظك. إذا خلصتوا وأنا موجود تعال.
Spectacular choreography, a masterpiece of mise-en-scène, and the performance, oh my, groundbreaking, dripping with je ne sais quoi. My congratulations on another magnificent show, sir.
Yes, I, for one, was particularly captivated by the clearly allegorical narrative undertones. The Lost Puppet shines a spotlight on the impact of technological advances in our modern society, particularly as they relate to changing modes of emotional expression and the challenge of mutual intelligibility. Such a pioneering work, so far ahead of its time. A tour de force of avant-garde theater.
I can already see the headlines of tomorrow's newspapers. They will certainly be singing your praise, Director Merriu.
But it was a group effort, of course. To convey emotions in a silent show with no facial expressions, the entire cast had to go above and beyond. Everyone truly outdid themselves.
Speaking of the cast, Jillian, another strong performance from you in Director Merriu's latest show, as of course we've all come to expect from your numerous successful collaborations to date.
That's quite an overstatement. I've only ever played supporting roles.
On that point, you stated a few months ago in an interview that you were looking to secure a leading role in your next show. What led you to the decision to stay in a supporting role this time around?
We had a discussion about this, and while Lynette hadn't previously performed in an acting role, we were blown away by her talent, and she was a perfect fit for this character. Quite simply, this was the role she was born to play.
Exactly. I was honored to share the stage with her. Lynette worked extremely hard in all of the rehearsals, and she's an incredibly talented actress.
Oh, Lynette's back!
Hey, Lynette, where have you been?
Were you in standby mode? Some reports say you switched that state to recharge after a show.
وعلى خير
Those
بإذن الله تعالى.
seemingly stilted
وقتك
movements
من
were in fact an
الأمر
inspired
الغثيثة.
portrayal of the character. The ostensibly bad acting, in reality, was the product of supreme acting skill.
Oh, I went outside and there was this cat there, so I played with the cat for a bit.
A cat? We've long heard that you are a kind soul, as well as an incredible actress. No wonder your debut performance has garnered such popularity.
This show looks on track to break box office records for avant-garde theater. Lynette, any words for the fans?
Not really, no.
I believe Lynette is trying to say that the act of performance itself is the actor's true means of connecting with their fans.
Oh, I see. Lynette, any comments?
Right, exactly.
But don't you want the fans to know how you're feeling right now, after the hugely successful opening of your first ever show?
That's true.
I'm sure the fans would love to learn a bit more about you, too.
How interesting.
اليسار هذا زفت، استغفر الله، بلاش اخذ اليسار، خذ من اليمين.
Lynette, how do you...
What does the future hold?
خذ من اليمين. اترك اليسار.
Yeah, it's just... It's a power-saving method of participating in conversation at tea parties. Normally, I can get through an entire conversation just with, Oh, that's true. And how interesting. But at a tea party, I'm not normally subjected to a constant stream of questions. The energy consumption of that interview... I think I'd rather pray that I never have to do it again.
Lynette, Director Merriu would like you to join the group photo to commemorate the successful opening of the show.
A group photo?
It's just the members of the troupe, along with Maloney and Corentin. Everyone's waiting for you.
Alright then. See you in a minute.
3, 2, 1, smile.
My thanks to each and every one of you here for your help in making The Lost Puppet a success. The group photo is already being printed as I speak. You can collect your copy from the first floor after the drinks reception concludes. May it serve as a reminder of this fabulous performance every time you see it.
Marry you! Get over here. Let's have another drink.
I thought the group photo was the final hurdle. Well, at least there's no more people hounding me with questions. I just need to find somewhere to switch to standby mode, and the time will fly by. I hope.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
نطلع من هنا لنمضي من هنا ونذهب إلى ليدي فورينا.
Hotel de Bour's Il Flûtant Traveler? Lynette? Oh, wait, hold on. What do you mean, managed to get an invite? I'm an expert in the dramatic arts. Of course I was invited. Naturally, people wanted to hear my comments on the remarkable and a very worthwhile artistic endeavor, exploring a character with no lines or facial expressions who can only communicate how they feel through their movement. Your performance was beyond anything I could have imagined, Lynette. Clearly, this was a very suitable role for you indeed. Basically, I think I'd give it a positive review overall, just not as gushing as the crowd downstairs.
So, you thought they were pretty over the top too?
In fairness, it's normal to bring along some vocal supporters for publicity when a new show opens, but still, this was something else. Then again, I'm no specialist in avant-garde theater. Maybe I'm just not well acquainted with their review criteria. Or maybe it's because I came to the show with some preconceived expectations. I did happen to see the original draft of Maryu's script a while back.
What original draft?
Oh? He didn't show it to you? It must have been a few months ago. He came to me to get some advice from an experienced performer's perspective, and then asked if I could write a few reviews of his new play. I had a lot on my plate at the time, so I had to turn him down. I only skimmed a few sections, but they seemed quite different from the final version. I can't say I remember the plot, but I don't know. The protagonist just seemed more complex, I guess. Especially in the last two scenes. Still a mechanical puppet on the outside, of course, but she seemed to have more emotional depth on the inside.
Emotional depth?
Oh, I'm just thinking aloud here. Don't take it to heart. Besides, a script and a play are two very different beasts. There are so many fine details to consider when turning a story into a stage production. More than most people could imagine. Especially with a novel art form like a masked mime show. I'm sure Maryu had his reasons for the changes he made. Change of topic. I see you've escaped the crowds to seek refuge on the second floor. Fame can be overwhelming at first, can't it? Perhaps you'd benefit from hearing about the experiences of a veteran celebrity such as myself.
No thanks, I'm good. Pretty sure this will be my first and last time in this situation.
Hey, at least let me finish. I have top tips on dealing with belligerent reporters, slipping away to hunt down snacks during the intermission.
Tell me everything.
First, take a seat, mon ami. We must partake of Hotel de Bour's fine desserts as we talk, lest they go to waste.
that was very educational.
أتوقع طرت هنا.
I expect most of the people downstairs have left by now. Time to grab my copy of the group photo and get home.
If you want to walk, just help yourself.
The photo must be in this envelope right here. It's finally over. Thank you for sticking around for so long. If it wasn't for you, I don't know how I would have standby moded my way through the last few hours. It's fine. It's just... It was such a minor thing. While I was on stage, there was a moment when I felt like someone was looking at me. It was only for an instant, and I didn't even see who it was. But somehow, I knew it was a look of contempt. I got a vague sense of it again during the reception. Like someone was giving me an evil stare. But I couldn't figure out who it was. Normally, I'm used to lurking in the shadows on the stage and spying on other people. So, it was strange, feeling like I was the one being spied on this time. Or someone just took a disliking to me for no real reason. Sometimes you can like one person and dislike another for equally pointless reasons. Anyway, it was just a momentary stink eye, that's all. Nothing for you to worry about. Okay, problem solved. I'm gonna take this envelope and go home now. You have destroyed this work of art. Step down from the leading role at once. Based on the tone, I'd say threat letter is right. I don't think we're gonna find any more clues here. Yes, let's. Whatever destroyed means, it could have something to do with the original script that Farina mentioned. Also, I'm gonna have to ask you to stick around a while longer.
I can't believe how well the whole Lynette's debut acting role thing worked out. Even the avant-garde box office is lapping it up.
How could I ever have doubted you? If you hadn't stuck to your guns and kept sending those invitations, this opportunity would have passed us by.
See? I told you. All the times she'd refused in the past were all the more reason to keep inviting her, because it turns into a big talking point. Can you imagine if you'd gone with Jillian? You'd have been lucky to get half the ticket sales you've ended up with.
True. Well, Jillian still needs to get a few more productions under her belt.
Do you have a moment, Director Mario?
Oh!
Ah, if it isn't the star of the show! We were just talking about you. Oh, and is that the legendary Traveler with you? I'm guessing you're here to discuss the show with the director? Oh, you're a talented and hardworking actress, Lynette. It's no wonder you're getting such rave reviews. I'll leave you artists to discuss your work in peace. Maryu, make sure you give your star performer and her friend your full attention.
I certainly will. Lynette carries the fortunes of our entire troupe on her shoulders.
Mr. Maloney. An investor or something, I think. I've never asked him.
So, what can I do for the two of you? I'm afraid I'll have to dash soon as I'm meeting some friends from the newspaper.
We heard that the original script for The Lost Puppet was quite different from the final show. I'm kind of curious to know what the protagonist was like in that version.
Oh, well, this is a surprise. I didn't think you'd be interested in that sort of thing. It's not uncommon for scripts to undergo major changes as they're being brought to the stage. But I'm afraid there's not much to tell you in this case. The protagonist has stayed the same from the beginning to end. A mechanical puppet with a bumbling body but a sensitive soul. A stranger in time who doesn't belong. There's no doubt about it. You are the protagonist, and the protagonist is you. The success of one is the success of the other, and that's what made this show an artistic triumph.
Sorry, you've lost me. Can you put it in plain words?
All right, then. Delving deep in the search of core truths is the job of an artist, after all. You shouldn't give your attention to early drafts of the script, Lynette. All it would do is sow confusion where you already have clarity. The current script is the final version because it is the best version, and your performance best brings that script to life. What letter? Oh my goodness! Destroyed this work of art? Really?
Well, Director Mariyu, any idea who might have written it?
No. Who on earth would write such nonsense? Absolutely not. Without Lynette, this show would be over. Everyone's hard work would go to waste. No, there's no way that this is someone from the troupe.
Yeah, maybe Jillian could fill in for me for a while.
What? No way. Out of the question. The protagonist has to be played by Lynette. Jillian can't... She's just not what the audience is looking for. Ah, I've got it. It's a competitor. Yes, this letter must be from a competitor of ours who's trying to get under Lynette's skin. You can't lie low. That's just what they want you to do. The moment you step back from performing, they'll put their rumor mill into overdrive and drag us through the mud. They're just waiting for their chance to kick us while we're down.
A competitor? Really?
Definitely. Those lowlifes. Slander and libel are all their specialties. They drown out the truth with a flood of misinformation, and they stop at nothing once they get riled up. Oh, there's so many of them out there. Fame always seems to attract haters, no matter what you do to try and keep everyone happy. But don't worry, I will get to the bottom of this. Stay strong, Lynette, and keep up the good work on stage. I have to go and meet my friends from the newspapers now, but rest assured, I'll be discussing countermeasures with them.
So, a competitor, huh? I kinda doubt it.
ندور.
We've dealt with those types before. Usually their goal is to steal our venue for their own show, or to cover up a scandal by planting a story to divert public attention. But at the moment, I don't think anyone's got a reason to do any of that stuff. Let alone pull a stunt like this. A threat letter is quite extreme. Besides, when I felt that evil stare, I'm pretty sure it was coming from somewhere backstage. So that rules out a lot of people. I'm actually more concerned about Maryu. When I mentioned Jillian, his reaction was pretty unusual. Especially since Maloney mentioned that the initial plan was to cast Jillian as the lead. Sounds like there was an original protagonist as well as an original script.
عجيب يا النهدي صرت تبيعوا عطور. يا هذا مجال العطور اللي يعني مين بقي ما دخل في مجال العطور هذا؟ مين بقي؟ ايش في يا ناس؟ بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، فجعتوني. بارد عود.
Art is the key ingredient in fine dining. Art is the key ingredient in fine dining.
والله يا عبد الله، الله يحفظك ويحفظ الجميع. هو الواحد كمان هو كل واحد كمان يبغى يفلت، يعني يبغى يصد، يبغى يدافع كمان، يعني بالمتاح. فهمت علي؟ هو الواحد يبغى يصد بالمفتاح. وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته، حياك يا غالي. فالواحد يبغى يصد يعني لو بالمتاح، يعني إن جيت للحق كمان، يعني ما يبغى بس ينضرب وينضرب ولا هو قادر يصد يعني، وعنده فرصة إنه يصد. بارك الله وراعك. العفو يا غالي، حياك. اوكي هنا يلا. طيب طيب، اللهم صل على محمد. نروح من تحت. العفو يا غالية، حياك يلا.
Lynette, what are you doing? You're not welcome here.
I've been to the Fleur Sandra plenty of times before. This is the first I'm hearing about me not being welcome.
Things are different around here. You might be used to a crowd of bootlicking morons fawning over you wherever you go, but not down here. We know what you are.
Bootlicking morons? I don't know. I've never met this kid before.
Gina, stop that! Go home now!
Jillian!
No, but how many times do I have to tell you? That had nothing to do with Lynette.
هي حلوة.
If you don't leave right now, I swear
خليني أقرأ التعليق
I'll never
كاملا.
invite you to one of my shows ever again.
Jillian!
حاولت انزلها اكثر من مره بس ما تنزل عندي. مساحتها كبيره يا غاليه، مساحتها كبيره، ولا هي رهيبه بس انه عيبها انه ما في زر سكيب يعني، واغلب مهاماتها فيها بربره طويله يعني ما لها لازمه، وكمان نظام البنرات يعني كثيرين زعلانين منه، ما هو نظام عادل، وعشان كمان تبي تضبط شخصيتك وتقويها يبغى لك يعني جمع كثير، وفي مهمات طويله بشكل مو طبيعي. لكن القصه رهيبه يعني، هم هنا في اللعبه ملطفينها مره ملطفينها، خلينا البنات نعمات عشان يجذبوا الشباب، والشباب في اللعبه ذي وجيههم لطيفه عشان يجذبوا الفتيات وهكذا. لكن القصه نفسها نفس القصه مظلمه، نفس القصه مظلمه ورهيبه بالنسبه لي طبعا. غيري ما عجبه القصه.
I've worked with director Mariyu many times before, but only in minor roles. The audiences and critics never had much to say about me. Nothing terrible, but nothing amazing either. A few months ago, Mariyu started working on a new show, so I plucked up the courage to ask him if I could take the leading role. He was hesitant, but he agreed to let me try for the part. We did a few rehearsals, everything seemed to be going okay, but then...
There's been a change of plan, Jillian. The leading role will now be played by Lynette.
Lynette? But she always turns these things down, doesn't she?
And that's why we cannot afford to waste this opportunity. Jillian, I understand how you must be feeling. But Maloney and myself have to do what's best for the production as a whole. Next time, the lead will be yours. I promise.
I was incredibly disappointed at first. But I also know full well that I don't have Lynette's star power. Without Lynette, how could we ever convince people to pay money to go and see a masked mime show? And if the show was a flop with me in the leading role, how would I answer to the director and the rest of the cast? Then, I got to meet you on stage and found that you're really down to earth, in a way that not many celebrities are. You were kind to everyone, and your performance wasn't bad. Whatever disappointment I had left at that point, I certainly wasn't about to take it out on you.
يعني دموية القصة إيه.
You mean it wasn't great either.
أبو شارب؟ مين ذا؟
So I'm guessing Mary.
It did
مين أبو
make
شارب؟
some change. Jaik, one of the other
ولا اللي قصدك في المطعم ذا كان شخصية NPC ما نلعب بيه. Go to tavern. أوب.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Jillian brought me up to speed on the
تروني يا جماعة لو ما
situation.
ردت عليكم وعلى المحادثات بس إني مشغول بحاجة في الجوال وأنا مخليهم يبربروا عشان أخلص المهمة. أخلص منها.
There should be a cleaner copy of the original script in here somewhere. Sorry, it's all a bit mixed up. I just grabbed the whole stack of paper since I was in a rush.
No problem. Now activating search mode. I'll go through one page at a time.
يا وجه الله الكريم. خذني اليمين. يسار ابعد، يسار تخوف. طز مرة كلمة طز، والله طز. اقعد يا لينيت. ها يلا نجرب دي. حلو حلو حلو. مرة يمين مرة يسار، نقول إن شاء الله تكون ضابطة بالشكل هذا. يا إله السماء، لازم نجيب فوق ال 12. إيش هذا؟ مش عرفني إنه هذه فيها وفيها وهذه فيها نشوف. مرة هذه نروح يسار. هي يا غالية، هذه شخصيات جانبية في اللعبة. تبي تحاول انك تخلص المهمات حقتهم. هي بتسوي تحقيق وتستخدم بطاقات الحظ. انت وحظك اذا زبطت، يعني هي مثلا تبغى رقم اعلى من 13، انت جبت بطاقة فيها رقم 17. اذا كان الرقم اذا 17 اعلى من 13 انت كذا خلاص نجحتي. اما اذا فشلتي لا، حتعيديها ثاني مرة. هي حظ كذا، حظ اعمى، انت ماشي على اعماها، ايش بيطلع لك خلاص تمشي عليه. طبعا هي شخصيه جانبيه، ما هي الشخصيه الرئيسيه هذه اللي اسمها لينيت اللي قدامك، هذه البنت هذه اللي هذاني بس. هي بس مهمه جانبيه، يعني ما هي مهمه اساسيه في القصه. اذا تبغي يعني فلوس وتبغي يعني بريموجيم، البريموجيم هذا هو اللي بيستخدموه اللاعبين عشان يسحبوا للشخصيات، يجيبوا منه امنيات زي كذا. بس انا بس مخليهم يبربروا ويتكلموا، قاعد على جوالي، عندي شغل بالجوال وفي نفس الوقت ومشي الشغل اللي في الجوال ومخليهم يبربروا. يعني انا توقعت انه ما حيكون موجود عشان المدرسه واللي دوام، توقعت حيكون يعني انه ما حد موجود. ما شاء الله تبارك الله في 4 موجودين. سبحان الله، يعني ما شاء الله تبارك الله 4 ما شاء الله موجودين، واللي بيتفاعل واللي بيطلع واللي بيدخل واللي. فكان على بالي انه يعني ما في تدخلني، بس يعني نمشي القناه شويه. ما شاء الله انتم ال4 لقيتكم موجودين. يا البطائق اخلص علينا. اخر مره كانت يسار، طب نروح يمين، نجرب يمين. يلا بالتوفيق.
You do? What is it? That's a bold plan. I'm in.
You know, it's a little crazy, but it might actually work.
No way. It's not worth taking such a huge risk just for a chance to be in the spotlight.
Jillian, you said before, whatever disappointment I had left, I wasn't about to take out on you. In other words, that disappointment is still there, but you've kept it bottled up inside. Be honest. You still hope to play the leading role, don't you?
But the thought of putting so many people out just for my sake?
You think they'd be put out? That's not how I see it.
Jillian, you were more dedicated than anyone during the rehearsals for the original script. We all saw how hard you worked for this role. And I think you know that unless we decide to make a stand here, the path we're on is only going to take us further and further from our dreams, all of us. So take it from me, you would not be putting us out. Not one bit.
You guys... Okay. Let's do it. I will play my part.
Yes! I knew you'd come around. All right, I'll let the rest of the troop know, and we'll start preparing immediately.
Wonderful. This solves everything.
Wait, but what about the threat letter? Do you have any idea who sent it?
As long as we stick to the plan, I'll give up the lead role, so it won't matter anymore, right?
But surely you want to know who it's from. If they're out there and no one's keeping an eye on them, what if they come looking for you?
I doubt they will. It's supposed to be a threat, but they didn't even say what would happen if I don't meet their demands. Plus, the handwriting is kinda childish. Doesn't look like a professional intimidator to me. Who knows? Maybe it was just a fan of yours having a moment.
A fan? Of me?
Maybe there's someone out there who really appreciates your talent. Even in the supporting roles.
هذا البطل ها بسم الله.
It's getting late. We should be leaving. Come on.
اي ذاك الولد الاشقر الصغير هو البطل. واسمه ايثر. وانت لما تلعب القصه بيكونوا توأم. اختاري يا ايثر الولد او لومين البنت. طبعا اذا اخترت اليومين انت حتدوري على ايثر، حيكون ايثر مفقود وانت تدوري عنه في عالم تيفات. اذا اخترتي ايثر زي كذا لومين حتكون مفقوده وانت تدوري عليها. طبعا القصه الاساسيه انه الرحاله يدور عن اخته. في القصه الاساسيه ايثر يدور على لومين، هذه القصه الاساسيه. بس اللعبه تعطيك يعني اختيار، اختاري بين التوأم، اختاري ايثر او لومين. بس في القصة الأساسية لا، إنه إيثر هو اللي يدور عن أخته وهي مفقودة في هذا العالم، وما بدري هي حية هي ميتة محبوسة ما بعرف. وعاش المغامرات دي كلها عشان بس يحاول يوصل ويلاقي أخته. اللعبة لسه ما انتهت، فما نعرف هي أخته حية ميتة، ما حد يعرف إلا رب العالمين.
I guess she must have snuck into the drinks reception and overheard our conversation with Farina. She idolizes Julian, both as an older sister and an actress. And she watched as the dream role Julian had been waiting to play for so long got snatched away from her by some amateur who's never acted
بالعربي Genshin Impact وكتبت اسم لومين
all the critics were hailing this. Yeah.
هي بتشبه أخوها شبه كبير بس إنها
like I said, getting angry at angsty teenagers is draining. Besides, if it was my younger brother or sister and they found out I'd been treated unfairly or had an opportunity stolen from me, they'd definitely do something far worse.
Okay.
I was in Jillian's position once. Back when Linny and I were starting out, before we got famous, we just had to take things a day at a time. Doing our shows, slowly trying to build up our reputation.
والله ممكن.
So I can understand Gina's frustration.
ممكن ميتة، ممكن محبوسة، ممكن صار لها شيء، ممكن فقدت عقلها. يعني ما نعرف إلى الآن النهاية ما بينت. لكن نقول إن شاء الله نهاية اللعبة تكون يعني نهاية مرضية يعني.
She didn't even try to hide how she felt. Whoever was giving me that evil stare was backstage. Blending into the crowd at a drinks reception is one thing, but trying to blend in backstage, where everyone's on high alert waiting to be called on stage, would be a lot more difficult. We'll find out who it is before too long. In 2 days' time, at the next show, I think it will become very clear. On that note, guess I'll see you at the Opera House. Bye for now.
إن شاء الله. ولا أنا أقول إن شاء الله. لكن كمان يعني بعض الألعاب تجحفل اللاعبين للأسف الشديد. بعض الألعاب تجحفل اللاعبين للأسف الشديد. نروح طب دقيقة، نروح لدار الأوبرا. هيا بنا هيا بنا.
You're here. Lynette and Jillian are busy getting ready, so please come with me.
That puppet in the middle, is that Lynette? She's so pretty.
It's starting. Keep your voice down.
غريبة ما عدت عليها.
Wow, I thought it would be hard to follow, but in the end it was actually very clear.
Even though her face was expressionless and she didn't speak the whole time, I felt like I could really understand how the protagonist was feeling.
إن شاء الله إن هي اللي
Director Mariu really is a master of his craft, and so is the actress in the lead role.
I have a friend who saw the show on the opening day. They thought the critics overstated how good it was, but I gotta say, the protagonist is incredible.
I can't believe it's only been a few days since the last show. Lynette's improved so much. Just wow! I'm speechless. Words simply cannot do justice to the sheer excellence we witnessed from Lynette on stage today.
Your penchant for the hyperbolic strikes again, Clearly you weren't at a loss for words when you were writing your article. I saw you hand it to the journalist. Trying to get your critique into the papers the moment the show is over, are you?
Well, you know how it is. The early critics get all the readers. Wouldn't you agree, Mariu?
What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? The first half was a huge success. Even I could tell the acting was top tier.
My apologies, Mr. Maloney. Please excuse me for a second. I need to have a little talk with my actors.
Oh, very well. Hey, while you're at it, this might be a good time to talk future collaborations with Lynette.
Are you guys sure this is gonna work? What if Director Mariu pushes back? We're already halfway there. We can't back out now. All we need to do is stick to the plan.
What is this plan that you're so intent on hiding from me,
Director Mariu, I thought you were talking to Maloney and the critics.
Korantad and Armory have both finished their articles. I went to greet them as a mere formality, but you seem to have availed yourselves of my absence during the first half to defy me. What have you done? Was that really Lynette playing the lead role?
صلى الله وسلم عليك يا رسول الله.
Ta-da!
Director Mariu? I was the one playing the lead role just now.
I switched costumes and masks with Jillian so that I could be the protagonist's companion and stay out of the limelight.
Lynette, why on earth would you do this?
You know my acting is amateur. If they'd seen me in the leading role during the first half, they wouldn't be expecting anything more. But what happens now that they've seen Jillian in the role? If you force me to play the lead in the second half, they'll be wondering, why is the actress suddenly giving such an underwhelming performance right at the climax? These are just some of the questions. There's only one way for you to save your reputation.
Absolutely not. I'd sooner announce that we're having technical difficulties and need to stop the show. If I keep Jillian as the lead for the second half, what do you think will happen in the curtain call when she takes the mask off? Everyone will see that we've changed actors. What will your fans think? They're only here because of you, and what about all the critics who support you? If we get on the wrong side of them, it'll be the death of the whole show. There'd be tickets to refund, fines to pay for breach of contract. The whole troupe's hard work would go down the drain. Don't you see how much this would cost us? You can't just take a job on a whim, then abandon your responsibility the moment you don't feel like doing it anymore. You're playing games with other people's hopes and dreams.
Director Mariu, please. You're not being fair to Lynette.
Actually, Jillian, he's half right. I did kind of take this on a whim. But my responsibility here is making sure you get back the role that belongs to you.
And I guess part of that responsibility lies... Sorry I'm a little late to the show. Work's been keeping me pretty busy lately.
Lenny? What do you want? Do you think you can snap your fingers and make all my problems magically disappear?
That might be a little tricky, but instead, I could make something else magically appear.
What's this?
A draft complaint letter, my contract, your legal fees, reimbursement for the tickets, and an advance on the penalty fee for breach of contract. Mr. Mariu, I'm stepping down from the leading role, regardless of whether you choose to cancel the rest of today's show.
If you do suffer unforeseen financial losses from this, you're free to seek damages as per the contract. And if you want to file a lawsuit, there's a draft here that you can use if you need it.
What? I can't believe this. You're literally handing me a lawsuit against you with a straight face. Of course. All this Mora, it's a pittance to you, isn't it? Must be nice to have the luxury of prior success and fame. Look at us. We're huge stars. One minute we want to go on stage. The next we feel like backing out of the contract. But that's okay. We're famous. We can afford it. You have no respect for other people's work. You're treating other people's hopes and dreams like a big joke. You don't give a hoot how much this show means to other people. You don't even care that the whole production might have to shut down because of you.
That's not true. I do care. And I'm under no illusion as to how much this show means to you.
Oh, brilliant deduction there. Of course it means a lot to me. This is my show. That's the only reason I asked you to be in it in the first place.
Really? Then why do your eyes tell a different story? The way you look at me, it's full of contempt. Almost as if I've destroyed your work of art.
What? I would never think that.
A couple days ago, I asked some associates to do some digging for me. I was interested to know who else you invited to play the lead apart from Lynette. Surprise, surprise. Turns out that all the other famous actresses you asked either had prior commitments or weren't a good fit for the role. They all turned you down.
And I would have turned you down too, if not for an unlikely set of coincidences.
You didn't send those invitations because you were looking for a better actress than Jillian, but because your investor wanted a big name in your show, right?
Director Mariyu.
To get Maloney on your side, you chose to make Jillian the understudy.
I bet you were torn at first, weren't you? Do you stick to the tried and tested formula? Choose Lynette, use her celebrity to get the critics on your side so that you and your investors can line your pockets?
Or do you choose Jillian, so that you and your longtime collaborator can stage the show of your dreams, the original, unedited version of The Lost Puppet?
Oh, I didn't betray myself.
You mentioned prior success and fame earlier, but you're a well-known director yourself, with countless works to your name. Wouldn't that make you successful too? Or maybe, deep down, none of your current achievements really count as success to you.
Right now, you have an opportunity to send Jillian onto that stage and perform the second half as you always imagined it, faithful to your original script. Your work would be displayed for all of Fontaine to see, in its true, perfect form.
Did you say?
Or will you act now before Maloney and the critics can protest and make your dream come true on the stage? And Jillian's dream. In fact, the dreams of the whole troupe.
The whole troupe?
Director Mariyu? Actually, most of the money Lenny brought came from us. We all chipped in.
We've worked with you for many years now. Your troupe has been here for you all the way from the empty theaters where we first performed to the Opera House today. We watched as you slowly started down a path you used to despise. The path of powerful connections, drinks receptions, backdoor deals with critics, and collaborations based on fame instead of talent.
But this is just a temporary measure. I did it for the good of the troupe. And besides, this is how the whole industry works. Everyone else is doing it.
Yes, we know. Back when you started, you had to bite the bullet and do these things to keep the troupe afloat. But then what happened? You began to embrace these methods more and more, becoming so reliant on them that every show you put out is overhyped by the media, and every script you write is edited to suit some celebrity's needs. Surely you must have noticed what's happening. While we've been performing at bigger and bigger theaters with each show, the applause is getting quieter and quieter each night, and the criticism from people who've seen the show is growing. Maloney's friends are sycophants. They don't care if the audience is disappointed because the show doesn't live up to their glowing reviews. They praise the things they like and skirt around the things they don't.
Look, I know everyone's using the same promotional tactics, but does that really make it okay?
Well, it's just a stopgap solution. As soon as I've made enough Mora, I'll stop. Things will be different next time. I promise.
Next time, huh? Yeah. Next time, you won't use your connections. Next time, you won't pay off the critics. Next time, you'll let Jillian play the lead.
Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. If you make some money once, you'll want to do it again, then again. Slowly but surely, you turn your back on your dreams.
I won't turn my back on my dreams any longer, Director Mariyu. Never again.
Me neither.
I had dreams too. Once.
Huh. The plot here seems a little different from what the reviews said.
The protagonist wanted to return to the stage, so the puppets replaced all her parts with the latest ones available, built her a grand opera house, and summoned a huge audience.
And in the end, she forgot herself amidst the applause and cheers of her fellow puppets.
Hey, no spoilers! Huh? Wait, hang on, that's not even what's happening. The set has changed back to the one from the first act.
Oh, Archons. Please let this work out.
No need to be so nervous, Director Mariu. We only told you Lynette would be quitting the show to get you to make a decision. We wanted you to believe that this show would have to end after today, no matter what you decided. But in truth, I believe that if we choose our words carefully, there's no reason we can't get Maloney to come around and keep the show going.
You really thought this plan through. But I'm not upset about what you've done. What's worrying me now isn't how Maloney will react or whether the show will get cancelled. It's the audience. I've always thought the original script is better, but will it move them like I've always hoped? When Jillian does her curtain call, will they applaud her? What if people only came to see the show for Lynette? And because of the reviews, what if they don't really care about the show at all? It feels like I've been hiding inside my safe little castle for too long. And now I'm scared to go outside the walls and hear what people really think.
We're right here with you. We'll watch it to the end.
Wow. Okay, this ending is much better.
I love how they brought back the set from Act 1 and gave it a whole new meaning. What a fantastic twist.
أهلا رقية، حياك يا الله، شرفتي القناة. مرحبا فيك ومرحبا بالجميع. اللهم صل على محمد. طيب نحن لا يسوي بخير بخير، الله يرضى عليك وعلى المسلمين والمسلمات.
This is what fame looks like when it's truly deserved.
Jillian, you were amazing! Syra was tearing up when you did your final solo dance.
Well.
ايوه تذكرتك، الله يحفظك. حياك يا الله، شرفتي القناة.
I was so nervous. My legs felt like they turned to jelly.
What looked like an actor unsteady on her feet was in fact a poignant expression of the protagonist's frailty in her last moments. Or whatever.
ما شاء الله تبارك الله، فضل من الله سبحانه وتعالى. تسلم يا الله يسعدك يا رقية.
Hey, Mario! What the heck was that? Why wasn't Lynette playing the lead?
Our articles are already going to press. You better have a good explanation for this.
It was my...
Hey now, it was all of our...
Hold on. The decision was mine, and mine alone. They had nothing to do with it. If you have any concerns, gentlemen,
سلامتك من كل شر. عافاك الله نفسيا وعقليا وجسديا. سلامتك من كل شر.
Well then, I trust you'll have no objection to me pulling the plug on this production.
ما تشوف شر، الله يحفظك.
Director Mariu, Mr. Maloney, what on earth is going on? Why was Lynette not in the lead role? It took a lot of convincing from me for her to accept the role, and I had to turn down some big work opportunities to come and watch her performance today. You have some explaining to do.
Lenny, it was all his idea.
توفيق يا رقية، الله يحفظك ويرعاك وانت من أهل الخير والمسلمين والمسلمات.
Lenny, as a matter of fact, this was a piece
للجميع
of
للجميع يا رب. حلام سعيدة للجميع إن شاء الله.
The masks and costumes serve to obscure the differences between characters, and by extension, the difference between human and machine. We took that idea to the next level with an actor swap, blurring the lines between one performer and the next. So it's in service of the ambitious artistic goals of the production.
بإذن الله يا رقية، بإذن الله تعالى على خير. بفتح إن شاء الله على خير.
Magic show. We employed this technique as a means of breaking the fourth wall. It allows the audience to more intuitively understand the cognitive dissonance felt by the protagonist as a machine trying to reconcile the notion of her humanity. The audience's experience mirrors the protagonist's own confusion, and becomes part of the artistic
الحمد
performance
لله رب
itself.
العالمين الحمد لله.
Hold up. What is this nonsense?
Oh, I see.
أجمعين يا رب العالمين والمسلمين
Bravo,
والمسلمات.
Director Mariu. You even had me fooled.
That's probably more because you just don't really understand avant-garde art very well, Lenny.
Maybe so, maybe so. Well, perhaps it went over my head, but I'm sure
جبناها
our
للخير.
experts here saw the whole
والجميع
thing
عرف.
coming a mile away.
You must have worked it out by the end of the first half, surely.
Yes, you're right. Director Mariu and I are old friends. You should have said something. Then I could have played along even better.
Yes, well, to deceive the audience, you must first deceive your closest companions. I have to give credit to Lynette and her experience in performing magic. That's what inspired me to take my art to the next level.
Hmm? You mean your show was partly inspired by Lynette's background in magic? Well, in that case, I'll have to plug it to everyone I know.
Unfortunately, I think Mr. Maloney is going to cancel the show.
Cancel the show? Mr. Maloney, is this true?
While I accept that deceiving the audience in the manner you did certainly has artistic merit, this is not a magic show, and we don't want our audience demanding their money back.
A very valid criticism, and one that I help. Plus, it looks like Jillian is better than me at delivering.
Maloney, I believe there should still be time to tweak my article. From the look on Lynette's face, I think she's being sincere.
Oh, one other thing. We managed to get a meeting with Lady Farina earlier. All thanks to the Traveler's reputation, of course. Anyway, she agreed to write a review focusing on Jillian's performance and the quality of the show as a whole. She promised to give her honest opinion. And I'm sure today's audience will be discussing her.
Oh, I mean, art at its finest, clearly. But I'll have to give it some thought before I decide exactly what to write.
Oh, of course. Always good to put some thought into these things. Especially now, with a growing range of voices out there. I imagine competition for readers becomes more fierce when everyone's discussing the topic.
Corentin, Amory, let's go.
Thank you both so much. Without the two of you, who knows how much further down that cynical path I would have gone. I always told myself that once I'd made enough Mora, I'd get back to doing what I loved. But somewhere along the way, I started to lose sight of what that was. Just like those critics with their dishonest reviews, I became all about the trappings of success. You're right. Yes, I'm a very lucky man. Anyway, enough about my problems. What are we going to do about the threat letter that Lynette received? I've been looking into it a lot over the past couple of days, but it doesn't seem like it was one of our competitors after all.
Ah, yes, about that.
Lynette, do you have a moment?
Wait, you're Jillian's sister, right?
I'm sorry. Gina insisted on coming to see Lynette. I couldn't stop her.
Lynette, I'm sorry! That letter? I was the one—
What?
Gina? So it was you?
Director, it's time for... Oh, okay. weird energy here.
I think we came at a bad time.
Lynette, Gina must have been worried sick about me. I'm sure even she wouldn't do something so stupid if she was in her right mind. I'm so sorry. I promise I'll make it up to you somehow.
Jillian, no! This is completely my fault.
Well, since I haven't actually suffered any losses, seeking redress could be difficult. Maybe we could just let this one slide?
Really? Are you sure?
After all, Gina wouldn't be the first person to ever misjudge me, right?
True. True.
In any case, I think we can all agree it was a misunderstanding and nothing more. No need to overcomplicate things.
But still, I was wrong to write that letter. I should own up to my actions, make it up to you in some way.
If that's what you really want, then how about helping out backstage?
Huh? Backstage?
The crew could always use an extra hand. Plus, it'll give your older sister a chance to keep an eye on you, and stop you getting into any more trouble.
Thank you, Lynette. Really, thank you so much.
Is it? Mary, you said she's a very promising young actress, and she has natural chemistry with her older sister. In their capable hands, the show doesn't need me to attract an audience anymore. Phew. Freedom at last. Fame is more trouble than it's worth. I'd rather leave that side of things to my brother and the others. I'm happiest when I get to sit in a quiet place. Yep, exactly like I'm doing now.
Even the most unassuming ingredients can produce astounding flavor. But unlocking that potential takes a keen sense of smell, a refined palate, and an open mind. Know of any new orchestral pieces? I like to swap out the background music in the kitchen once in a while. It's a great way to find new inspiration.
Thank you both so much. Without the two of you, who knows how much further down that cynical path I would have gone. I always told myself that once I'd made enough Mora, I'd get back to doing what I loved. But somewhere along the way, I started to lose sight of what that was. Just like those critics with their dishonest reviews, I became all about the trappings of success. You're right. Yes, I'm a very lucky man. Anyway, enough about my problems. What are we going to do about the threat letter that Lynette received? I've been looking into it a lot over the past couple of days, but it doesn't seem like it was one of our competitors after all.
Ah, yes, about that.
Lynette, do you have a moment?
Wait, you're Jillian's sister, right?
I'm sorry. Gina insisted on coming to see Lynette. I couldn't stop her.
Lynette, I'm sorry!
Yeah, me neither.
Wait, but...
Oh, do you mean when we ran into you at the Fleuve Sandra? And you said some mean things to me? As I recall, you were only trying to look out for your sister. It was just a few words spoken in anger. Don't worry. Whatever it was you said, I've already forgotten.
Oh. I see. Well, it sounds like Gina knows what she did was wrong. Owning up to your mistakes and committing to do better in the future is what counts.
I understand that feeling of wanting to stand up for your family when they're being mistreated. Really, I do. But next time, maybe consider a different tactic? Something you can pull off more effectively, and without arousing suspicion.
Got it. Thank you, Lynette.
Why do I feel like I'm missing something here?
Hey, here you are. I was wondering where you'd all run off to.
Great! Everyone's in one place. That makes this so much easier.
What do you think? It's group photo time! We have to commemorate the debut of the Lost Puppet Director's Edition. Okay, everyone, we all have pretty awkward smiles on our faces in the photo from Hotel de Boer, so this time, no forced smiles allowed.
Oh, am I really not allowed to force a I'll try, I suppose. I think I can manage.
Lynette, Traveler, come on! You two should be right in the middle.
3, 2, 1, smile!
An important part of cooking is
Huh. I didn't like that. Was I using it wrong? Maybe if I just... Clearly, there's some design flaws to iron out. I'll have to let Fremine know. Let's see, which card did I get? 4. Well, the cards fell on the ground though, so I don't think it counts as fate. If you want to get the right answer, you have to let fate decide. Also something Linny said. So, to put it another way, if picking a card up off the ground is how to not leave it to fate, then that means it must be the wrong answer. Or... why don't you pick a card? Since I ran into you here, that means... our fates are, like, interfering with each other. Thank you. This one is final, I promise. Here, take the fatometer. If it's 5 or above, that means fate successfully changed. Anything lower than 5 is a fail. Also, if you have your own thoughts about what I should do, feel free to share it. Now that I've got a good problem solver here to help, I don't need to run every little thing by fate. So, we're looking for Bonnie's owner? I think I'll go to the Steambird and see about putting an ad in the paper. You wanna come along? I think Bonnie wants you to come with.
I could make a fortune from this. Ooh, I could make a fortune from this. Ooh, I could make a fortune from this.
Every stupendous day starts with a steambird. Oh, hi Lynette. Hi Traveler. What can I help you with? I don't think so. Have you picked up a stray?
Yep. If there's no commission to follow up on, could we post a notice about the missing cat instead?
Why, of course. What a kind thing to do. Just fill out the form.
Well, we've registered you as missing. You can stay at my place until your owner finds you. Also, I just wanted to say thanks for keeping us company for so long. Well, I should probably head back to the drinks reception. Hopefully most of the people have left by now. If you've got some time, you should stop by my place tomorrow to see Bonnie. There's a nice cup of tea in it for you. All right. See you then.
A little amuse-bouche!
I believe this cat belongs to me.
I already told you, this isn't your cat.
Just take a breather, you two. Oh, you're here. As you can probably see, you'll have to take a rain check on that tea I promised you. At least for now.
This is my friend's cat. He's preoccupied with some important business, so I came to retrieve her in his stead.
No. It's far more likely this cat escaped from the Humane Society. Bonnie?
That's the name I've given her in the meantime. Well, this complicates things.
I told you before. This is my friend's cat. To trust me.
Listen, I'm the director of the Humane Society, okay? We've got so many strays, dogs, cats, you name it. I'm not even the one feeding them most of the time. You can hardly expect the cat to recognize me. She just looked somewhat familiar, so I came to check, just in case. If she turns out to be one of ours, I'll take her back. Simple as that. Even if that's not the case, the Humane Society could still take her in, if no one else comes to claim her, that is. We're an organization that specializes in rescuing and sheltering stray animals. We've been in business for several decades now. I'm Bernard, the current director.
The Humane Society. Huh. The name sounds familiar. I remember hearing good things. You're the one in the Quartier Lyonnais?
Yes, that's the one. Anyway, if it's not too much trouble, could I possibly take a closer look at the cat? If it turns out I really am mistaken, I suppose that means the cat belongs to this lady here. She would be the only remaining option, after all.
It belongs to my friend.
Go on, Bonnie.
Oh, nope. Looks like I was mistaken. They do look similar, but there's an ever so slight difference in this one's fur color. Deepest apologies, friends. Well, I suppose this means I still have a missing cat to search for. Apologies again for the confusion.
Yes, exactly.
Wait a second. You lied earlier, didn't you?
Lied? I'm afraid I don't know what you mean.
A liar always has a tell. The look in their eyes, their breathing pattern, the way they hold themselves. The things that can give you away are often more numerous than you would think.
What are you talking about? The way I see it, you're conflating baseless conjecture with fact.
Normally, when someone is called out, their breathing speeds up as they begin to panic. But your breathing pattern hasn't changed one bit. In fact, it's been strangely calm and measured this entire time. It stands to reason, then, that your agitated behavior earlier was all an act. If you're a bad guy, I'm sure you'll take off running the first chance you get. If you're a good guy, the most likely explanation is that you're a member of the Guards, or some similar organization.
And you're basing this off of?
Intuition. Nothing more.
Intuition. Well, I have to hand it to you, Lynette. You're right. I'm a member of the Guards. The name's Elodie. I'm currently investigating a cross-border smuggling case. This cat here... Bonnie, was her name? Well, her owner is one of the prime suspects of our investigation. A couple of days ago, our suspect got wind that we were on his tail and fled. That's most likely how he got separated from the cat. I just so happened to stumble upon your notice in the Steambird. So, I decided to see if he'd come back for her. But it looks like I overestimated him. The impact of this case has been huge. The Marechaussee Phantom, the Guards, and the Special Patrol have all launched investigations. If there was even the slightest chance that he would show himself, I had to follow up on the lead. A new kind of illegal drug, imitation synth. We confiscated all the synth on the market, but addiction isn't something that goes away overnight. Even without substances on the market, people are still looking for a way to get their next fix. And criminals are all too eager to capitalize on that addiction. That was the impetus for imitation synth. Needless to say, a small-scale market opened up very quickly. After the original synth debacle, we put several measures into place to prevent similar incidents from occurring. The perpetrators got smart, though, and shifted their sales overseas before those measures could kick in. That's when the imitation synth smuggling began. We only recently got word of the presence of imitation synth overseas. We managed to track down evidence of some early transactions. What we were able to find out, however, hasn't proven that useful given the amount of time that has passed. The Marechaussee Phantom launched an investigation to track down every person in Fontaine capable of producing a drug like that. That's how we learned about Bonnie's owner. He's a researcher at the Fontaine Research Institute. His name is Pierre. Pierre Lafayette, to be exact.
Lafayette.
The Marechaussee Phantom found him in Poisson. In addition to the cat, he also had a pendant with him. At first, there wasn't much cause for suspicion. A search of his house didn't reveal much to go off of either. The Marechaussee Phantom very nearly left it at that. It was only later that we realized the coat of arms on his pendant belonged to none other than the Lafayette family, one of the most infamous aristocratic families in Fontaine. Obviously, this discovery prompted a further investigation into Pierre. At that point, however, we discovered that he'd already fled. Now the guards and the Special Patrol are all searching for him.
That's not possible, actually. The Lafayette family has been gone for a long time.
Exactly. Many years ago, several important members of the family, including the patriarch, were murdered by an assassin of unknown origin. From that point on, family's power and influence took quite the hit. The family is engaged in all manner of crimes. As you can imagine, there's no shortage of people waiting in the wings to take their revenge. And with the family severely weakened, they were able to do just that. Most of the remaining family members succumbed to sickness or hunger. The ones that survived are currently living out their days under a new identity. Pierre is one of those very survivors. He's been hiding away in the Fontaine Research Institute all these years. His true identity unbeknownst to all. Until now, that is. Well, my fellow guards have told me all about how smart and courageous you both are. And I know you possess a strong sense of justice. There could be a chance that Pierre, or one of his accomplices, might attempt to get close to Bonnie. Now that you've been briefed on the situation, I was hoping you'd help us keep a lookout. If I take Bonnie back to the guards with me, there's no way Pierre will try and come for her. Not even the most daring of criminals would attempt something like that. I have to admit, I'm not holding out too much hope that Pierre will come back for her. But if there's even the slightest chance, then it's worth a shot. Well, I've got some other leads to follow up on. If Pierre does appear, please contact me right away.
It's nothing. I'm fine. It's just... the head of the Lefebvre family. He was the eminent person who kidnapped me all those years ago. It was at a dinner party. Someone tricked me into boarding the Lefebvre family carriage. Whoever it was, they took me back to their home. But before anything worse could happen, Father intervened. Yep. Father was the one who orchestrated the fall of the Lefebvre family. That's what led Lenny and I to join the House of the Hearth. After all these years. I never thought I'd hear the Lefebvre name again. Don't worry about me. I wasn't feeling sorry for myself. I was just thinking about Lenny. He's been acting strange recently. He avoids me for days on end, consumes himself with some secret investigation, and then out of the blue pushes me to do that acting job. Thinking about it now, it's almost like the one I drew from that deck of cards was part of his plan all along. He must have asked Fremine to help. It's very possible. I'm sure he tried to send me away because he was afraid it would bring up some painful memories for me. It wasn't necessary, though. Even after all these years, he's still as overprotective as ever. You'll have to help me teach him a lesson if we run into him along the way. Yep. I want to head to the Fontaine Research Institute to learn more information about Pierre. Just let me activate search mode and then we'll head out. Who knows? Maybe a little bit of both, perhaps. For the most part, though. Okay, I'll write a letter explaining everything to the crew. Once that's done, we can head out.
Even the most unassuming ingredients can produce astounding flavor. But unlocking that potential takes a keen sense of smell, a refined palate, and an open mind.
Where do I even start with all the accounting? Where do I even start with all the accounting?
An important part of cooking is making sure the ingredients absorb the flavors in the dish. To that end, a chef must be able to wield a knife with the same level of precision as a surgeon. Practice makes perfect.
Where do I even start with all the accounting?
Lynette, you're, not at rehearsal?
You can drop the act, brother. In fact, I don't think either of us will have a need for acting anytime soon. You should know better than to try and keep something from me. You've never been able to do that, even when we were kids.
And that's why I tried to distract you with the masked mime show. But I guess you're just too good.
Care to introduce us to your new assistant?
This is Officer Shavras, captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol. You may have met her already.
Nice to see you. I should clarify something. Mr. Lenny's here at my invitation, not the other way around. To borrow your expression, Miss Lynette, I suppose that would make him my assistant more than anything. We've brought on Mr. Lenny as a consultant in the past. He was instrumental in helping us crack a case involving a perpetrator who used magic tricks to commit crimes. I was hoping he'd be able to provide some valuable insight this time around as well.
So you've heard everything then?
That's exactly why we're here. There's always been questions surrounding the fall of the Lefebvre family. Some people even believe the House of the Hearth was involved. Whoever was behind it all was extremely cautious. They didn't leave a shred of evidence. This very fact, however, leads me to believe it was indeed the work of that Harbinger. I took a look at the entrance and exit records of all the carriages that night. Let's just say it wasn't hard to deduce that there's ill will between you two. Don't worry, I don't have any evidence to that effect, and I certainly don't plan on going to bat for such a despicable family. Plus, you were victims back then more than anything. I sought Mr. Linney's help with the smuggling case. Nothing more. The way I look at it, it's a collaboration between us as people, not the organizations we represent. Besides, by working together, we can expose the truth as quickly as possible. You can hardly say that's at odds with the justice my organization strives for. Not at all. I was planning to invite you from the very beginning, Miss Lynette. It's just that my assistant here raised some objections.
Linny, I'm not the same person I was back then. That little girl who did nothing but cower in the corner in fear, she doesn't need saving anymore.
I'm sorry, Lynette. You're right. I let my concerns get the better of me.
Oh, and the next time you want to distract me, you should try a different approach.
Who's this? You pick up a stray while I was gone?
It's a bit complicated. I'll explain later. Anyway, her name's Bonnie.
Well, if there are no objections, then I suppose the only thing left to say is... Lynette, Traveler, welcome to the team.
It appears the Lefebvre family was very particular in their use of insignias and emblems. The family would use different emblems to mark differences in status, blood relation, and the like. In fact, the insignia that was discovered on the pendant was used to represent an illegitimate child.
It's highly likely. That very status might have been what allowed him to emerge from the fall of his family relatively unscathed. It would also explain why he was able to assume a new identity as a researcher with relative ease.
We discovered something interesting, though. After talking to some of his co-workers, it appears he pretty much works at the Institute in name only. He's practically been cast out.
Apparently, Pierre was once addicted to synth. He tried to use the resources at the Institute to create a substance with a similar effect. He claimed it was just for research purposes, but the Institute revoked his access to the relevant materials regardless. He was placed on disciplinary leave, pending a thorough investigation of his actions. But it seems the Institute ran into some trouble along the way. Could have been a lack of personnel or a timing issue. In any case, they had to table their formal investigation into Pierre. Unfortunately, that also included reporting any relevant information to the higher authorities. As for his family background, it appears none of his... Other than the pendant, we didn't find anything else of note at his residence in Poisson. Based on the samples of imitation synth we've been able to analyze, it appears the substance leaves behind strong traces wherever it's produced or stored. Those traces might not be obvious to the casual observer, but they're not something our guard poodles would miss. Pierre's home, though, came up completely clean. We didn't find any records indicating possible involvement in overseas transactions either. So, the Marechaussee Phantom didn't view him as a major suspect at first.
Maybe he had a separate, dedicated area where he made the imitation synth.
Well, his neighbors did say he was often gone for long stretches of time. You would think with him out and about so much, people would have spotted him around Poisson, but residents said they barely ever saw him in town. If his reclusive nature was just a matter of keeping a low profile, I guess it would make sense for him to have a secret base to carry out his business.
After he disappeared, the guards conducted a thorough search of Poisson, but they didn't come across any suspicious locations.
Poisson. You know Hotel de Boer, where I first found Bonnie? To get there from Poisson, you have to cross a stretch of ocean. It's not somewhere a cat could just wander off on its own.
A cat? You mean...
Bonnie is Pierre's cat.
Oh, that's right! When the Marechaussee Phantom first tracked him down, I remember there being something about a cat in their report. So this is her?
From what we've learned about Pierre's habits, he doesn't seem like the type to venture out without a purpose. So what you're saying, Lynette, is that Bonnie couldn't have gone missing in Poisson. If that's true, then...
Exactly. Bonnie might even know where it is.
Wait. You think the cat can lead us there? But she's not trained like one of our guard poodles. How is she supposed to understand what we want her to do?
Near the coast, the beach, and beneath the cliffs. The place we're looking for is most likely north of the Court of Fontaine.
Well, I've certainly never taken a witness statement like this before.
Well, if it works out, maybe it's something worth getting used to.
Cats and humans are actually pretty alike. When it comes to communication, most of what we want to convey can be accomplished through body language alone. But humans tend to rely too much on speech to ever take advantage of that fact. Of course, body language has its limitations. You're not going to be able to get across anything too complicated.
The important thing is that we now have a lead. Let's try and find a place that matches the clues Bonnie gave us.
Seems like Bonnie is trying to take us somewhere.
Even the most unassuming ingredients can produce astounding flavor. But unlocking that potential takes a keen sense of smell, a refined palate, and an open mind.
Gardemex ahead.
Look out!
Adaptive Frost! Shine down!
Solidify!
There is no escape! Off to the freezer!
Here you are. This is order. Diffract.
Wow, Lynette, you found this place so easily. If I thought there was any chance you'd say yes, I'd recruit you into the Special Patrol here and now. No questions asked.
Sounds familiar. I pretty much receive letters daily from people trying to poach her from me.
Let's just focus on our search. There's a lot to investigate.
Aha! Just as we thought. This is where the imitation synth was being made. Looks like he's got more than just imitation synths stashed around here. In addition to the raw materials needed to synthesize the substance itself, there's a large quantity of cleaning agents and a few drugs I haven't been able to identify. These cleaning agents are likely used to dispel traces of the substance, like its smell. The Special Patrol did some digging into imitation synth. Our records indicate that it's very difficult for ordinary people to detect traces left behind by the stuff. I'm sure that was the case for Pierre as well. It must have taken a considerable amount of time and skill to ensure all those traces get washed away. But what are these other drugs for?
The material these bags are made of, it's quite rare. It's the very same, actually. Romaritime flower fiber. But there's something special about the composition of these bags. I took a closer look, and it appears they're not only waterproof, but also corrosion and leak resistant. Even the strings look specially designed to keep the bags closed nice and tight. I came across some bags made of the same material just now, but they were much smaller and thinner. From the look of them, they seemed far less durable as well. Very similar, actually. Normally, it would be easy for a guard poodle to sniff out the imitation synth, but if it was sealed away in a bag like that, it might be possible to elude detection. But what could these big bags be for then? If the goal is to keep the imitation synth hidden and sealed away, these bags seem a bit too conspicuous.
When the Marechaussee Phantom searched Pierre's house, there was no sign of these barrels, right? You're right. That doesn't seem like his way of doing things. How did he get them here, then? Only the lower halves of the barrels appear to have been submerged in water.
Based on the various ingredients we've found, this appears to be where Pierre was cooking up his imitation synth. It looks like he used a special cleaning agent to get rid of any residual traces of the substance on his person before he left. That's how he was able to get past the guard poodles.
So then he transferred the imitation synth into small sealed bags and took it somewhere else for the drop-off.
No. I don't believe our suspect is the kind of person who'd go around carrying incriminating evidence with him. That would potentially create too many eyewitnesses. The cleaning agent and the sealed bags might get past the guard poodles. But if a member of the public or even a guard on patrol happened to see him during the drop-off, a quick search...
The barrels we found were wet around the base, but the top half was dry. As if they'd been standing upright in the water. If you put a barrel in the water, it will normally float on its side. Unless it's heavily loaded, in which case it'll sink.
Yes, With flotation rings around the body of the barrels, they'd stay upright in the water. And then he could afford to load them more fully.
You think he used floating barrels? I suppose if he acted at night, when there are very few other boats around and visibility is low, it's a valid theory. We can't rule it out.
But then, wouldn't the barrels be carried off by the waves or the currents? How would the person doing the pickup know where to look?
Traveler, can you come take a dip in the sea with me? I have a feeling that somewhere down there, we might find some rope. If a rope can be used to keep a pet from running away, then why not a barrel? This isn't the place. The wreckage of a small boat? This isn't the place. Got it. Time to go up and report.
No rescue, no problem. A little amuse-bouche.
As expected, we found a few pieces of rope and some anchoring stones underwater. If you attach them to a floating barrel, it would look like this. With this anchoring system, it would be possible to use floating barrels for the drop-off. You would just need to drop them in the water at the agreed-upon location. We also came across the wreckage of a small boat. It must have been left out on the water and capsized due to the force of the wind and waves. Its small size, however, would have made it perfect for staying undetected.
Let's talk this through. Based on the evidence we've collected, it seems like Pierre would row a small boat out to the agreed-upon transfer point, drop off the barrels, leave, and then row back and retrieve them after the transfer was complete.
It could be that he was trying to avoid meeting up with his associate face to face. As one of the sole survivors of the Lefebvre family, maybe he was just used to that sort of elusive lifestyle.
It seems like Pierre deliberately chose the floating barrel method so that the goods could be dropped off and picked up at separate times. That way, the two parties wouldn't have to meet each other.
Well, if that's the case, they must not have a very close working relationship.
Let's not jump to any conclusions just yet. Assumptions can be detrimental to solving a case. It's possible they were just trying to keep a low profile. Two boats sailing to the same location at once could be too conspicuous. The most important thing is that we can now confirm Pierre wasn't acting alone. The floating barrel drop-off system is proof enough of that. Let's say for now that he was only in charge of producing the imitation synth. That would mean there has to be at least one other person involved in the operation. Likely in charge of transporting the goods across the...
Since we've determined that the goods were transported by boat, maybe we can track down some travel logs or something.
We can certainly check the various ports for that information. It's possible, however, that Pierre's associate also used a small boat for the transport, and docked along the shore rather than at a large port. If that's the case... Absolutely. Before Pierre disappeared, we made sure to investigate all sorts of outward-bound vessels. We also had port authorities keep a lookout for anything suspicious. Unfortunately, we were never able to find out how they managed to get the imitation synth across the border. You're right. Whatever vessel was used for the pickup, the person responsible for smuggling the substance out of Fontaine would have had to use a larger vessel for the actual transport. That's the only way they would be able to smuggle on a large enough scale to make a profit. They must have found a way to disguise the imitation synth to clear port inspections. Exactly. We can't let any opportunities slip through the cracks. Although, given the amount of ports that could be involved, we should probably split up.
I'll run home and ask some of my brothers and sisters to try and dig up some information.
I should also head back and update my platoon on our progress. I'll grab some reinforcements while I'm at it. Lynette, Traveler, why don't you head to Lumiduce Harbor and see what you can find out?
All right. Come on, Bonnie. You too.
Oh, Lynette, Traveler. And Bonnie, too. What brings you all here?
Did something happen?
Oh. I see. I'm in charge of guarding the port. You mentioned you were after some travelogues, right? I can go fetch those for you.
Looks like I've got another hard day of work ahead of me. No, not usually. It's this incident that happened recently. Before that, everything was normal. All we had to do was confiscate anything suspicious and we could call it a day. Pretty simple stuff. But things are much more complicated now. We somehow let suspicious cargo pass through the port undetected. Not even our guard poodles were able to sniff it out. Even worse, we still don't know how the perpetrator was able to conceal the goods so well.
By suspicious cargo, do you mean imitation synth?
Yep. However, prohibited substances are just one example. We confiscate all sorts of contraband during the course of our inspections. Or at least, we're supposed to.
So what happens to the goods you confiscate?
Oh, we keep them in a storage locker. If they turn out to be something particularly dubious, we'll turn them over to the Maison Orderly. If the goods are only slightly suspicious but could otherwise be harmless, like raw materials that could potentially be used to create contraband, we return them to the ship they were confiscated from, instead of letting them pass through the port.
Sorry for the wait. These are the travel logs for all the recent activity at the port.
Oh, you brought Gerard with you.
Actually, he followed me here himself. It's like he smells something on me. Huh. I wonder why Gerard is reacting to you two so strongly.
Huh? We were so careful not to touch it, but we still ended up with traces on us. If it leaves a residue so easily, I just don't understand how the culprit was able to disguise the goods at all.
Why don't you have a look at the travel logs first? All ships coming in and out of the port are recorded here, except for the ones the port authorities ride to and from work.
The Humane Society. Their name is all over the exit logs. The purpose for leaving is always listed as overseas adoption.
Ah, the director of the organization explained that, actually. He said a lot of the cat and dog breeds unique to Fontaine are also very popular overseas. So, his organization offers an overseas adoption program.
Bernard, the director of the Humane Society, was the man who came looking for Bonnie earlier. Have you figured it out too, Traveler? The way the criminal disguised the goods? When Bernard asked to take a closer look at Bonnie, he was actually checking whether there was any imitation synth in her stomach.
Wait, what?
The sealed bags we found at the secret base. They were specially made to be corrosion resistant. There were gaps around the lids of the barrels, and airbags were used to keep them upright in the water. Those drug shovers found at the secret base. She most likely didn't recognize them because they're not used on human beings. It's an anesthetic used on pets. The perpetrator must have given it to the animals. Pierre must have made the animals swallow the sealed bags full of imitation synth at his secret base. Then he stuffed them into floating barrels and left the rest to Bernard.
The sealed bags combined with an animal's body odor would certainly be enough to mask the scent of imitation synth.
During our inspections, we would have never thought to inspect the bellies of those animals for anything suspicious. Even if we tried to feel around for something, I'm sure it would be difficult to detect.
Exactly. I bet Bernard even transported animals with synth in their stomach. She's probably in the clear. Otherwise, Bernard would have never left without her. I'm guessing he didn't know whether Pierre had already hidden. Just imagine. He sees the notice we put in the Steambird, and it turns out that one of the very cats he gave to Pierre for the smuggling operation is out in the open. If Pierre had already hidden the next...
So... that...
Wait a second, I'm a little lost here. I get the part about hiding the substance in the pets, but those... what did you call them again? Floating barrels? Why even put the animals in there in the first place? If you've got something as convenient as a floating barrel, why not just stuff it with the imitation synth directly? Why not wait to hide the stuff until after the exchange has been made?
In order to make sure the animals could swallow the sealed bags, they made them extremely thin. Had they not done that, the animals would have likely bitten or chewed through them. That step would have required a lot of energy, as well as a certain amount of technical expertise. So, it was better left to the more experienced Pierre. We've already proven how easy it is to pick up trace amounts of imitation synth, so I'm sure Bernard was taking all the precautions he could to avoid the same fate.
Okay. Then, let's head to the Humane Society right away and bring that guy to justice. I'll bring a Gardamek to speed up the process.
Know of any new orchestral pieces? I like to swap out the background music in the kitchen once in a while. It's a great way to find new inspiration. An important part of cooking is making sure the ingredients absorb the flavors in the dish. To that end, a chef must be able to wield a knife with the same level of precision as a surgeon. Practice makes perfect. Even the most unassuming ingredients can produce a...
A dash of frosting!
The headquarters of the Humane Society should be somewhere around here. Bernard could show up any moment now.
Ah, you're the people from earlier. Wait, you're from the guards?
After him! We can't let him get away! Give it up, Bernard.
Mercy. Have mercy. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything I know.
Now behave, and follow me to the interrogation room.
That hurt.
Is everything... I still feel like the relationship between...
Add Astro...
Time itself is a science. Exactly, but none of them believed me.
Can we play Banker next time?
Time itself is a science. But none of them believed me.
Can we play Banker next time?
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Exactly, but none of them believed me. Is a science.
Can we play Banker next time?
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth. And those that come across Liyue tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle.
Time itself is a science. Exactly, but none of them believed me.
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
Exactly.
Can we play Banker next time?
Time itself is a silence.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Exactly. But none of them believed me. Time itself is a silence.
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references.
Exactly.
Can we play Banker next time?
Time itself is a silent song.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Exactly. But none of them believed me. Time itself is a silent song.
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
Exactly. But none of them believed me. Time itself is a silent song.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Huh. I didn't like that. Was I using it wrong? Maybe if I just... Clearly, there's some design flaws to iron out. Let's see... Which card? 4. Well, the cards fell on the ground though, so I don't think it counts as fate. If you want to get the right answer, you have to let fate decide. Also something Linny said. So, to put it another way, if or... Why don't you pick a card? Since I ran into you here, that means... our fates are, like, interfering with each other. Thank you. This one is final. Back to the drink. Nope, I said it was your decision.
There you are, Lynette!
I found her outside. Fair enough. So,
don't. Maybe you could leave her with.
Sure.
It's no trouble.
Also,
Leo, one last thing, Lynette.
Traveler? Lynette? Naturally, people want remarkable. Your performance was beyond anything I could have imagined, Lynette.
The photo must be in this envelope right here.
I can't believe how well the...
I'm actually more concerned about Mary, especially since Maloney mentioned that the... Sounds like there was an original... Yep. She told me she lives...
What did you want exactly?
Lynette? What are you doing?
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Say what you mean. No problem's too big to solve.
The protagonist returns to the ruins where she began. And that way, he'll be... Sorry for manhandling. It was Gina.
Adventuring underground is...
Seems like the stories here never have a happy ending.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
I can't wait to see how this turns out.
Oh, you're here! Lynette and Jillian are busy getting ready, so please come with...
Are you guys sure this is...
Huh. The plot here...
Thank you both so much.
That letter?
Is it? Mary, you said she's a very...
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references. Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability.
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth, and those that come across Liyue tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle.
We cannot just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability.
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references.
We cannot just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Cannot just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability. We cannot just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
We cannot just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability.
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth, and those that come across Liyue tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle.
We cannot just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
We cannot just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability.
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references.
We cannot just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability.
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
We cannot just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
We cannot just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability.
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references.
Self-cleaning ability.
didn't like that. Was I... Huh? What you're saying is... Since nobody's... Is that really okay? Besides, if someone does come... Back to... Nope, I said it was your decision. Huh, I didn't like that. Was I using it wrong? Maybe if I just... Clearly, there's some design flaws. Let's see... Which 4? Well, the cards fell on... Huh? What you're saying, is that really... You make a good point. Okay, well... So, stick around here in standby mode? Yeah, that suits me. Oh, good idea. Bonnie's definitely hungry. May as well. We could be here a while. When Alright then. Plan of action? Spend the whole day...
Every journey. Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
If I take a back alley, I shouldn't get caught. When I was adventuring in the Ashen Sea.
Not even one spicy dish.
You gotta try Dawn Winery's
Hunt down 3 ruin guards. Hunt down 3 boards in the... Oh, it's you. And...
Hello, Mr. Cyrus.
Don't get me started. Since the Travelers solved the Storm Terror crisis and became monsters, but most of them have...
Well, that sounds like a good idea.
Yes, but if a few scrapes and... Anyway, I already rejected... If only someone could give it a test run. At least then I could decide where the upper limit of difficulty should be.
Then, Mr. I am very interested in...
Oh?
Yes. Please make sure...
Excellent! That's the spirit of a true adventurer. First, since adventurer, if the Traveler is willing, please join Noel. Indeed. Second, you only need to pass 2 out of 3. And finally...
Add...
That's a true adventurer. I will ask you question 1. An adventurer must be well equipped. Tell me, which of the following local specialties of monsters...
Wolvendom.
Ooh, I'm afraid that's the wrong. On to question 2. An adventurer must... Oh, there is a famous adventurer who, thanks to the notes he took of each location that he went, young adventurers are now able to plan ahead.
Learning from experience, writing diaries. It seems like adventuring requires... Regarding this adventurer, I do believe I have read about him.
Ooh, what a pity. You were so... Last question. All that awaits you...
A sea...
Wrong answer. Huh. Was that supposed to be some sort... Are they... Never mind. Don't worry too much. This was just testing your rote learning ability anyway. But be warned, things start to get a little trickier in the survival skills test. Now, go and prepare yourselves. Meet me at Good Hunter when you think you're ready.
Be safe. May the Animal Archon protect you. Shouldn't get caught buying alcohol.
What should I choose?
Okay, let's begin part 2.
Ready and willing, Mr.
Staying well-fed and making sure to prepare sufficient food supplies is that's why the second... Firstly, the ingredients must be easily accessible in the wilderness. Secondly, preparation. Thirdly, well, the food item in question must be able to help someone in dark. So go ahead.
Simple ingredient, honorary knight? Do you have any idea? Steak. Good. Okay then. We can always change our...
Oh, you're ready to... Steak! Steak! Ha ha ha! Hands down the top! Simple ingredients, highly new. And when it's not an emergency, adding a bit...
Really? If you like it so much, I can...
Not at all. I was merely... In any case, congratulations on passing part 2 of the exam. Up next is the final stage. Go get yourself ready. Then meet me at Bright Crown Canyon.
Osmanthus wine tastes the...
Ad astra abyssosk. And
please, begin.
Good. Now, ferocious monsters. This is the last part of the exam. I will be watching...
Okay.
Gather!
A little emotion. Honorary Knight! I did it! Not entirely. I know that it's just like in... but not this time. Somehow, it must be because you were... Thank you. On the day of the real exam, if... and I mean only if... Great. Oh.
Quicker.
Oh, back already? See, even the now, please use six, but yes.
I didn't get a perfect score?
Hey, now, first,
Where did I go wrong? Oh, I'm sorry. I do apologize if I don't review my mistake. It seems I will head back to the library.
Noel, you... I see. Well, when you get back, would you mind... I hope my how can I get the Hunt down 3 ruin guards. Could it be a little too difficult? What am I thinking? The newcomers will run a mile. Hunt down 3 boards in the forest. Nay, the guild will never approve that. Oh, it's you. And Noel, I...
That's it! The Windwheel Aster mostly grows in... Mr. Cyrus? Our answer is Windwheel Aster.
Correct! There's no... On to question 2. An adventurer must always learn from their experience and keep track of everything they encounter in the form of a diary. There is a famous adventurer who once went exploring all over Liyue, documenting his whole journey. Thanks to the notes he took of each location that he went, young adventurers are now able to plan ahead and avoid the dangers there. What is the...
Learning from experience, writing down regarding this adventure. That's it! It's rolled!
Correct! I had thought this question would be a little more challenging to advance. Last question. Let's have some fun with this one. The most terrifying domain for adventurers from Mondstadt. The infamous Windless Land. All that awaits you there is a sea of ashes and the deathly silence in the air. So, what is the name of this taboo?
A sea of ashes, a windless land. What could it be?
Correct! Keep this name in mind. That's 3 for 3. As it, but be warned, things start to get...
Jules from Liyue, come take a look.
Okay, let's begin part 2 of the entrance exam.
Ready and willing, Mr. Cyrus.
Staying well fed and making sure to prepare sufficient food supplies is a key.
Steak. Good point. Today's recommendation is the steak.
Oh, you're ready. Steak! Steak! Ha ha ha! Hands down the top choice of a true adventurer. Simple ingredients, highly nutritious, and most importantly, Ad Astra Abysosk, and well...
Solidify!
A dash of frost! Shine down!
Here you are. The process of elimination.
Oh, back already? Even the third... Now, Please, you passed with...
Oh, well...
Without further... May your days ahead... My.
Oh, Mr. Cyrus...
There's...
I'm very sorry. I just wanted...
You... Oh... How... Why not? Just think of it, you know. If you think...
Exam preparation?
Yes,
4 commissions. Oh, if I'm not careful... I'm sorry, Mr. Cyrus.
Please, Noel.
Book learning alone is not enough to cultivate intelligence. All those scholars in the academia are prime examples. Wait. Huh? No. Whatever. There have been many poorly written applications lately. I guess I'll just have to reject them all. Wait. Huh? No. Whatever.
طيب اللهم صل وسلم على محمد. معليش يا جماعة بس كنت مشغول في كذا شغل عشان كذا تركت البث وما وقفته. طيب الله يحفظكم. بوقف هنا إن شاء الله وبكمل بعدين بإذن الله تعالى. وآسف إني تأخرت عليكم. استودعكم الله وإلى لقاء آخر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. ويعطيكم العافية جميعا.